Okay. Indeed. All right. I don't know what I'm gonna work on today yet, so I'm just gonna grab one of the items on the list, which I got plenty. Good news, the crash from yesterday in Entity Component System has been resolved. Well, that is a good thing. This new little bot. Red. Interesting. Interesting. Really? The second color? Oh. Oh, yeah. Xeno the animation. I think I'm making a game where we art students, we have no experience in coding and thinking about making a game. Any recommendations on where to start? Yeah, the best places to start would be game engines that do not require coding. Like Unreal Blueprints are really good for that. Because blueprints are visual and specifically made for interactions of artists. Like I know a game like Expedition 33 has claimed that they mostly use blueprints and not actual C++ coding at all. And Unreal has really amazing art tools. Like I'm primarily an engineer, so because of that, I'm building my own tools because that's my superpower. But if you're an artist, you need to be skipping this whole engineering nonsense and go with Unreal, because that's when you and learn the art pipeline of that and just learning how to use blueprints on this. Udemy has a ton of courses how to use blueprints and art pipeline, all that engine. That's definitely the way to do it. Excalibur, Expedition 33 used Unreal exactly that way. That's what you should do. The thing is, making the game is challenging anyway, especially if there's only a few of us, especially as a solo. Because if you know engineering, then you might lack on the art part like I do. And if you're really good with art, you might lack on engineering, and either one way or the other. But yeah. Just lean into what you're best at. So if you're really good at making art, make primarily a game that's about enjoying interacting with the art of the game. Whereas for me, my main skill is engineering. So for me, it's building up the game that's interactive, like in the gameplay, fancy logic, and I don't spend too much effort on the art. Is Blueprints software? No, Blueprints is. Let me show you. Unreal Engine Blueprints. So, there's even like Udemy thing. I wonder if it has like good examples on that here. Probably not. So let me just go to, because usually the problem of programming, you have to do like this learn this complex language or whatnot, whereas blueprints is specifically a visual thing. So you just kind of draw big nodes and connect up lines here and there. So definitely look into that. What's up, info? If Godot has the same visual thing too, but one thing I'll worry about Godot is that it's not as well established, doesn't have as many tools. So I'm worried that you might end up needing an engineer to cover the some holes or something, or fix some bugs at the easier level. Whereas Unreal is more established. There's been games made that barely have any real coding, just kind of visual coding like this. So you should definitely look into it. Like, let me see. Yeah, like instead of like writing functions, you just end up working like big boxes like that. So it's much more conceptual. You just kind of drawing lines, connect them up to something else. So definitely look into that, man. Definitely look into that. Drop it on Twitch as well. Hell, my game barely has textures at that point. Like, I mostly use colors and like ambient occlusion baking from Blender, but outside of that, I don't even bother with textures. It's just not my wheelhouse. I might as well focus on what I'm far better at. Hey, healer. Pump, pump, right in your nasty belly. Okay, okay. Finish in Discords. Same genre. Oh yeah, that was a pretty funny thing. Apparently 2 games released of the same name. So instead of fighting about it, they just made a package. A bundle package on Steam, but exactly the same name. I'm actually wonder if it's really true. Piece by piece, let's see. Piece by piece, yeah. Yeah. 2 demos, 2 packages. It's amazing. And bundle, yep. No, one is some puzzle thing. What is this? And that's more like no, it's actually not quite the same genre. But that's cute. I was like, yeah. No, wait, that's a different package. Here. Okay. Not the same genre. But that's cute. Alright. The one thing I've been wanting to has been annoying me. Because the way I work in this game, I just play it and see what's bugging me the most. Right now, what's bugging me is that I have a UI at the top that shows the health of a robot, but it doesn't show the shields anymore, just the health. So you don't really see the progress that you do to the damage. So I want to have overlay the shield thing here. What's up, Kyle? I'm good, man. How you doing? I'm pretty happy too, actually, because yesterday I ran a stress test in the game for like half an hour and finally crashed in one condition. Like really deep inside Entity Components code, and I actually fixed it this morning before I went on stream. And AI was actually very helpful with that. Very helpful. I kind of threw a bunch of my code at AI. About 80% of what it said was completely wrong, but that 5% was on point. It was actually useful. It helped me to think about a problem. Welcome to the new healer bots. Maybe even give them a longer range. Maybe. Stand and heal. Heal. Don't give up. Finish the AI project. Okay. I briefly started neural networks in college, but wasn't particularly excited about that time. Okay. All right. Let's just pause the game a bit. Here. UI entity. Target tracker, check. It's a health fill. I'm gonna need an energy fill now. As a child thing. Crawford VA. Indeed. What's up, VA? And you have like 3 names, man. I always forget which one is which. Dude, I swear to God, I had like a call like a month ago, maybe a month and a half at this point, and it's still slowly dragging on. Such an annoying thing. All right, that's getting moved into shield full. Shield full, fine. Wait, it doesn't have a tag on it? What the hell is it supposed to be then? HP's gain profit? I think that's some kind of financial results reports. I don't pay attention to that, not gonna lie. Why do I have health fill if the target tracker is on here? I need to understand what the hell is going on. Dude, some of this code I'm working on is something I've done like freaking half a year ago. Well, actually sometimes more than a year ago. I have to remind myself pretty hard as to what the hell's going on. Okay. Why am I looking at the healer bot? Excuse me? Why? Why am I looking at the healer bot? Oh, did that change something? Must have changed something. Oh, ULS target. Okay, let's redo. Mr. Cora, how long have I been working on this game? It's been 2 years of full time. And then some occasional short period of after free time after main job for a bit. But primarily the last 2 years. Full time in this. But this is from scratch without an engine really. I do use, probably the biggest thing I'm using is a physics library. For the physical simulation. Something a new robot added, finished yesterday. A healer bot. When you damage this robot, it gets healed right back up. Right, there you go. This is what I want to see. Okay. It's a target name. Health fill. Oh, I see what I'm doing. Okay. Crazy impressive. Well, yeah, although to be honest, the reason I did it was because I wish I could have enjoyed working in Unreal when I was making this game, because I used to prototype this game in Unreal. And it still looks more impressive in Unreal. Just because Unreal is just such a pretty visual engine. Like this was like 3 years back prototyping the same thing with Unreal, but yeah. Couldn't imagine going back. Yeah, I mean, I started with Unreal back when it was like version 4. Actually, first time I started with Unreal was when I first made it semi-public. You had to pay like, I don't know, 20, 30 bucks a month at the time. And then like a couple months later, they made it completely free to get in. And they actually refunded me back the money. I probably spent it somewhere on Epic Store years after that. I mean, Real is very pretty, but C++ pathways of that were just such a pain in the ass. Like the iteration speed are just too slow. C++. Unreal is made for artists, primarily working on blueprints visually. Not for C++, it's just too much effort. As a solo indie dev guy, I'm much faster working this way. Too many libraries. Well, it depends. If you're good enough as an engineer, you can do custom, but really, I didn't even do that because I thought it'd be better. I just couldn't do emotionally working on an engine I was not happy with for years and years, because I knew it was gonna take like at least 4 years to make this game. Yeah. Yep. Just make the game as good as you can, and that the better the game is, the easier it is to market it in the future. Yeah, a lot of studios actually use, even like Blizzard, for example, they would use Unreal as a prototype and then remake the game after that. So yeah. Honestly, for like mid-sized team, Unreal is really good. I mean, just the fact that they basically allow you to make like $1 million in profit before they take even like a tiny portion of that is pretty amazing. And even a single guy can heal it out, huh? Dun, 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 dun. How about this for a quick preview? I hate these glasses, kinda hate them. Which graphics API am I using right now? Vulkan. And how do I design game environment and any software design patterns? How to optimize the game? So it's actually the fun part. Like what you're observing right now is a 4K resolution running of a little bit of ray tracing. And this is a debug build, easily hitting over like, I don't know, 150, 180 frames per second. Granted, I have a beastie computer, but even so, this is a debug build. It's pretty impressive for a debug build. My approach is I don't do any abstractions unless I need it like 7 more times. Like I just hate abstractions, and I don't do object-oriented development. There's almost no inheritance. You need to drive away from the robots for those energy stocks, otherwise. Oh yeah, these things, yeah. You can also destroy them. Am I going to implement my own language for the current game? For the current game, no. That was more like a side fun project where like I really don't feel like working on the game at all on some random times. Like when I had a code for like a week or two, I just didn't feel like working on the game. That's why I began to prototype the language. That's for like the next project. It was like a little side thing. We'll see what turns out. Ideally, if like I make this game, release it, makes millions, and then sure, I can have fun with that language somewhere. But until then, C++ is really good. Because it's not just language, you also have to implement all the like IntelliSense, Visual Studio integration, some kind of build tool system. I need to prototype the hot reloading. There's a bunch involved in that. Language itself is kind of the easy part. Most of the work is outside of language to actually be useful. Because unlike other developers, I actually enjoy high-level IntelliSense tools. So I need to be able to like do all this hop around and stuff. You know, all these quick lookups. I want to be able to have that. So no, not in the near future. Alright, so now I need to think here. So my UI is built in components and then out of entities. So this thing is an entity. Let's see. So the main thing is here, a UI last target. Yeah, here you go. Points to the sword, and then it just looks up the parent entity. Update that amount. Because in the past I've only had life amount, but also need an energy shield amount as well.
That's absolutely captivating.
Well, let's target. Let's go look. What is this used for? Well, this is update your let's see. Yeah, and that's the main thing. Yeah, grabs the parent image and rounds off of that. Okay, fine. Fine. It would be the easiest to do in between entity to show the shield fill amount. I'm actually curious, can I not support rounded corners? I know I have something here. No? Okay, here we go. Slow motion energy laser damage. Oh yeah. Beautiful damage. The shield armor pieces are just flying off his back and front. Okay. Shield fill. Fill amount. Right, and then I could do this. Three. Oh, I'm rescaling it based on size in some weird way. A little annoying. But whatever, deal with that later. And just maybe something I can do in a shader. Let's see, don't need anything else. Corner's fine. See if it has a shield. It really hates this thing. Wait a second. Oh, I didn't move this yet. Good. Excellent. I can see the shield changing. Now I just need to poke at the parent of that. What's up, Fincruz? Insane. I will say though, the only thing about challenge working on the same game is you kind of get used to it. Like something that looked amazing when I implemented it first, such as hair simulation, now just kind of take it as granted. So it's kind of annoying that you get used to the game. It kind of makes me less subjective because I get used to it. Kind of annoying. The one thing that still makes me appreciate the game is when I switch to a male hero. Bam! Punch the guy in the face. That's just fun every time. That's for sure. Oh, you got lucky. Bam! That is fun. All right, hold on. Still working on this shield thing. Okay, this part. So that already changes the energy fill, the higher parent guy. No. UI image. Yeah. Grab it. Grab it. All right, let's see. I'm expecting I'm not saying it. Oh, I need to do like a parent of a freaking parent. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this has to be fine, so... But yes, yes. Alright, slow motion. Alright, comes a shield. Not the biggest fan of color combinations. This is where it's time to tap into the power of AI. Snap it. Not happy with the color combination of rubber target, shield, and life amount in UI. They're just good colors, and maybe some shader ideas to improve this. Let's see what it comes up with. Because in the past I've found pages where you can find decent color combination. Oh, bro, that doesn't matter. It's a background game. That one I kind of agree, yeah. Cooler, clean, and more synthetic. Better choice. Oh, yeah. Let's play around. Now, I'm already specifying... Well, not sure. Target live bar mount. This might be this. I should probably make new colors for this. Two new colors. This is gonna be actually no, I'm not sure. Target live bar mount. You know what? I could use a tool which tells me where this color is being used across all UI. I'm actually curious. Am I competing with that color or not? Target live. Let's see. Maybe not. Life mount current. Oh, that seems to be different values. Okay, well, in that case, come here, boy. I need to do some damage to your face. Do you want to see shield as well? Okay. Slow motion. The fun part about this effect is not using any textures at all. It's purely math using signed distant fields. Anyway. target, target, target. Did I call this target? Energy shield amount fill. No, I think I need something called bar mount. Yeah, target life bar mount. Okay, let's make another one. Yeah, this one. So many colors. Bar. Okay. Good. Good, 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 good. Which means I can go back here and change this to this. Good. And now. Well, let's see if AI gave me good ideas or not. Won't we? Shield and the highlight. Transparency is not going to work too well with that. Here, what about dark UI? Let's try this. That actually, I dig more. That might be too dark. That might be better. I mean, there's always hours to be spent into a custom new shader for it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could do a bunch of stuff, but not really in the mood. Let's see, that one is... Overlaying images is kind of a pain. Because look at somebody has full shield. I kind of wanted to be transparent, not even show health. Except for that part. Something fast. The only thing that bar might be a bit obtrusive. It probably needs some attention if it's gonna be that big. Or maybe just turn it off. No. Maybe I don't even want it. Especially given that its scaling's trying to be off. Maybe I'll just have it just for the bosses. Not care about little robots. It's probably too much work. Probably too much work. You know what, for now. And I'm just gonna get rid of it. I don't need it. I might do it for the boss, because the boss is important enough to matter. But little bots like that just gets in the way. It just gets in the way. If anything, it'd be nice to somehow hide part of the UI as well during battle. You kind of, there's no reason for it too much. Maybe like slide in out. Maybe keep the experience bar. Life energy bar on the sides, probably fine. Maybe somehow hide all this stuff away. Not sure. At least mostly it's semi-transparent. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. One way to fix the problem. One way to fix the problems. No reason for that annoying big bar. I already have little bars here, so this is fine. What's up, Anaclita? Welcome back. It's cracking. Wish this guy get healed. Am I winning? I'll win in the game makes $1 million. How about that? Until then, it's plenty of hard work ahead. Hey, red line. That's one of the new features I've added. Like when you're not sure what to do, like if you don't see any robots around you at all, I draw a red line to indicate towards the next robot. That's like really far off the screen, but let's give you some direction to go to. So we don't get lost and have to hunt around for stuff. Like that. But what about you? Are you winning? I don't have a hint. What do we got here? This little dude. Okay, so that fine enough. That's a hard question. Sounds like a no. That sounds like a no. So let's see, I could work on some random new node that interacts with clothing. Holy shield, special the boss, yeah. I'm gonna do another section. Put that there. I think what I want to tackle first, while I decide what I really want to work on, is I want to limit how much of these charges are present on the level, so I don't get too spammy. I do color them the white. And they only turn blue if you actually low on energy. I wonder if I want to do not completely white, but like slightly keep the original color to a degree. Maybe. This thing just does so much damage. Jesus Christ. Hey, shoes. A little bit of heal. That's a rare one. Really? I mean, really, the biggest missing thing in the game is probably the sound work, which I must have disabled. The environment, probably the biggest thing, most probably environment. Playing soccer, a bastard. The level 3 to flux. Flux increases the primary attribute of flux, which raises your maximum energy and energy recharge rate. You know what? I'll accept it. I'll accept it. Still no shield though. I feel like I have too many chests on the level. Sockets. Oh, I didn't think of this. For some reason, the tooltip for this goes to the socket, not the property itself. That's annoying. Why? I think I might know why. It's probably too small of a problem to worry about right now. Take this out. Good, good. Okay, that's healing's gonna be. Oh yeah, before I jumped on a stream, I had an idea. Locks, kills, and abilities behind reaching certain zone levels. It seems like an interesting thing to try, actually. Because that's a pretty interesting game mechanic to force to connect more value to the zone level that you're at. Yeah. Hey, shield finally. Finally. Yeah. I do that. So items and skills. So the skills. Environment is a good one. Yeah, yeah. Speaking intentional. To some degree, but really just lack of work, whatnot. I mean, I do have some ideas. There really, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is robotic. You find robots, that's fine. Like, one of my ideas is to add verticality to the game, such as ways like take stairs. And the whole world is like highly dynamic the way you move around. Because that, if this is, I think, is a win for sure. So I could push into more of that, like build up, place like random levels behind that as well. Underneath to give some idea to the space. That I could see what we're doing. Part of it is that also play with colors when there's a battle going on versus not. So for example, if I just go here, right now everything is kind of whitish. But if I go to clear it out, some of the color comes back, at least for the walls. This is supposed to be one of the side missions where you save a hot chick and take on a ride. Yeah, yeah. That is pretty unique for games. And most games usually spend a ton of time building out static environments, but they don't have anything fancy going to them aside from having an insane amount of triangle and visual fidelity. This is supposed to be a home base I've been working on slowly. For example, when you bring her in, you unlock a market where you can actually buy stuff. Now it's can't afford anything else. You can sell it. That item preview in the center. Boom. This is crafting, which is currently offline. So you need to have a crew member to bring that up online because it's market. Just a little attention hook when you least expect it. Yeah, yeah. Right now, the way you travel is by taking a bike, which is my original idea. But I'm starting to think maybe sort of all that. I'll lean into dynamic world where you just stand on a node, like a teleport node, but instead of changing the scene to like black screen and then the new scene, I'll have everything except for the node you're standing on just move away to the side, and then new world just jump right into the same spot. So just measure this right happens every 6 seconds. Yeah, maybe. In terms of how many things change how often. I mean that, or I think it's too much of a synthetic measurement to really worry about that. It's primarily about the gameplay and the fun. And really, the reason I came up with that idea is that I just needed a way to go down somehow. And the problem with going down is, like, if the world is still there, you just don't have, you're not going to be able to see your own character. I didn't feel like building up like this whole fancy transparency and stuff. Then I figured, just let's move it away. But when I first hide it immediately, it's not that good. When it just immediately disappears. But adding like a little bit of emotion to it kind of keeps the world a little bit more rational as opposed to just blinking out of existence. Still enjoy the way she kicks the chests. Slow motion. Go. Bam. Buzz out of my way. Clean up time, Krumbus. Come here, clean up all the mess. I think this is my path to victory. Not doing like super high visual fidelity, but rather like interactable world fidelity. But don't forget, there's always bounce and jiggle. It's there. There you go, just lean against the wall. The trap. Actually, that's a pretty small idea to add right now. I'm gonna do that. I had an idea where the trap will always spawn. Ooh, maybe the boulder can spawn that. Boulder. This thing that gets dropped on your head. What if? Item resource dropper. Resource drop will always drop health and drop on destruction. Oh, that's an easy idea and a quick one to implement too. Dude, put some of the power to it. So how about this? It drops it. I didn't see health drop, dude. Where's the health drop? Didn't I get triggered? Resource dropper. May drop health. Then why didn't you? Why didn't you? On removed. Oh, failed to check. Because it runs if it's off of a robot. But this is not a robot. Why does it think it's a robot? Oh. Boom, drop the health boost. Yeah, I like that. Now that makes so much better. What was this? Yeah, like that. No, not this. Yep. That's actually kind of cute. So it's a trap. Usually you kind of would avoid it entirely. You wouldn't care. But actually, it's kind of annoying to test there. TBD, let's put it here. But it's a way to get health. Boink, 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 boink. And you get your health charge. Oh, dude, that is a brilliant idea. That's something to keep in mind as a principle. If it's gonna be like a node, it's something you can interact with. So yeah, it's a negative thing where it's like can fall and drop on your head, but if it's a health boost, it's fine. Then if you need to heal, you actually will be drawn to those traps. The only thing is I don't like being completely white. It just... the boost, right? No, pickup. Health pickup. Resource pickup. Yeah. Okay, what about... Don't go full crazy on that color. Give a little bit of hint. Just a tiny amount. Tiniest of amounts. Let's see, is that gonna be enough? Now it's fully red because I need that health bar drop. Fine, fine. I need a chest here. Chest. Bro, you need to chill. Boost and health boost. Yeah, so I'm fully charged now. Yeah, dude. Whatever. Oh, that's it. This bug is getting fixed right after this. I'm getting tired of that thing blocking my view. Bastard. Let's not get hit this time. Good. So I'm full on charges. Drop that thing. Yeah, a little bit of reddish is fine. I think this works. What's happening there? Dude actually stepped on the trap, really, dude? He did, wow. Impressive. Huh. Robot stomping, right? Stomping damage at 0, interesting. I mean, at least at 2. Kill the robot. Stomp damage with zone level. Right. Funny. Hey, 7. You've been learning C++ for a little while, half a year. Was wondering if you have, if I have any advice for you to actually structure beautiful C++ code. Yeah, that's something you learn over time. Also, the clearer your thinking is, the easier it is to write clearly structured code. So it's kind of hand in hand. Like ideally you would find the right philosophy for life in general, for thinking in general, such as objectivism. But outside of that, for code, I mean, don't use any crazy syntax things. Like My C++ is fairly clean because I don't do any crazy C++ code. Like as you can see, this is all fairly readable, just functions. A little bit of lambda syntax. Also, I avoid STL entirely anyway, so everything you see is my containers, my callbacks. Because really the main point of source code is for it to be as readable as possible for you. So if you do things like, I usually try to structure things, maybe even together, like even thinking where new lines go as a separation, so that this thing is like one unit of work to do, another unit of work to do, and then you separate that out of new lines. Up to that, I'm not sure, man. Mainly comes down to experience. But also, if you're using some nasty interface, then you kind of have to. Like, if you, for example, if you're working of some big game engine, and it forces certain code on you, I mean, it's not a whole lot you can do. But if you're building your own code from scratch, and then you got a lot of power. This is such a good idea, man. Now that it drops, it will also drop the health bar, the health heal charge. You know, here I'm saying heal charge, but then I'm saying heal boost. Boob jiggle, very important, very important. A little bit of leg shuffle. Hey, I was dancing, dude. Get on my face. Back, little bastard. I remember when I was coding a lot of C++ in college, like I would be changing my mind a lot about the styling, like every half a year or so, I swear to God. You gotta make sure to check, because you know, if you're working the game, working on new stuff, sometimes all stuff breaks. Sometimes you need to do visual inspection. It's very important to have a hands-on experience. Some of the math behind this jiggle was actually helped with AI. Because it had to do with stiffness and damping. I'm not really up to speed on that math, but AI was helpful in that. Oh yeah, STL is like really evil, dude. Especially for video games. Like STL is not made to help you. It's more like if you're scared of implementing a bunch of small basic stuff, well then yeah, you fall back to STL. But the problem with STL is it runs extremely slow in debug builds. Like extremely slow. Like explodes your compile times, your build times get slower. It's like everything just get worse. And it runs okay performance wise for your release builds, fine I guess. Varies depending how you use it, but in the way they handle memory, like they kind of force the whole separate allocation. It just forces too many decisions on you. But the moment you step away from STL, it's not nice. Like for example, if I have an array, I can do a lot of things that usually STL doesn't care to provide. Like here's my array class, and I can do a bunch of like range checks, different way to add things into it, and it speaks my language as opposed to language of vector. Building that on top of a vector is kind of annoying. I mean, you can do it, but not particularly me. Boom, boom. One of these days I need to fix this thing. Bam. Plus 100 experience. Yeah, yeah. Maybe this thing needs to drop an energy charge, actually. Does it drop or not? It doesn't. Need to give it a chance to drop it. Let's see. When it gets, let's do resource dropper. And it shall drop an energy on destruction. Now it is a robot, so it's only gonna be like a chance of drop. Trap, what's up? The APIs are still very lacking. Most enterprise focused alternatives going back to the 90s. What better do you make the public outside? Like Boost. I remember using Boost, but I mean, it was nice. The thing is, I think until you write like big amount of code yourself, like STL and Boost look impressive. But once you write like 160,000 lines of C++ for a game, those little side libraries, they don't matter much. Like maybe it's like an additional 10,000 lines of code. It's not that big of a deal. Plus, I don't even need most of those features anyway. So it's just taking on unnecessary burden. Like pushback and all that stuff. I just say add. It seems much easier than supposed to like pushback, really. I mean, I guess I understand it going to the back of it, but whatever. Not my circus, not my clown. Just gives you lots of freedom anyway. You know, fun part, I'm actually like 2 years into game development. I'm considering maybe implementing a hash map. Because I don't actually, the only thing I really have is arrays, like statically sized arrays. And like once in a while I use dynamic array for entity component system. I don't have like queues, vectors, none of that stuff. Use Boost for concurrent flat map. Sure. My worry about Boost is that it's compilation times again. You have to be really carefully hide it behind source file as opposed to a header file. And I've definitely played around with Boost in my college days. Because yeah, back then Boost is the only thing that had share pointers. That was before STL had share pointers. So I kind of had to go with Boost to try that out. Hey, this guy has no shield. Yes, yes. Hey, don't be healed, dude. Oh no. Bam. Take that little robot. Let's see, will I get energy charge if I drop this? I did. What about this? Not this time, but there's a chance. So he's saying there is a chance. You know, that now that trap is actually useful. I'm gonna have it more often. Let's see. Ball the trap. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. Although to be honest, I mean, like even for this game, I'm not using that much. Like especially basic container stuff, it's really not that complex anymore as an engineer. Yeah, SharePoint is something. I mean, SharePoint comes with its own complexities and cost. I think part of the reason because they have to do a lock around the account somewhere, don't they? To be threat safe. Whereas I don't use SharePointers at all here. But my approach here is very drastic. I just don't heap allocate pretty much ever. So none of that matters to me. Dude, this thing just keeps healing them. Land it here. I mean, I'm starting to feel a need for movement mechanic. We can actually dash forward briefly. It could be like a separate skill that you get specifically for dashing. Dasher point is on atomic. Yeah, I haven't looked in a while. I thought I needed to do some kind of synchronization across threads. At least be atomic or something. But atomic or lock doesn't particularly change anything because at the end of the day, somewhere in CPU, something has to do synchronization, which means you also synchronize the caches between cores or whatnot. There's always some work extra involved anyway. So when I'm doing threads, which I do threads a lot, for example, I compute navigation mesh update here because the way I move characters, including the hero, your main hero, is only where the navigation mesh can actually go to. So build that, all that updates on the threads, but I'm just being explicit about that. Yeah. Hey, look, lockless. It means there's no lock. Well, maybe not in software, but in hardware there's always lock. Even if it's like a machine assembly instruction, there's always some lock somewhere. And even if there is not, there's always a need to synchronize the memory across cache levels or whatnot. Even on the same core, probably. Maybe. Man, this thing is feeling weak. What happens if I just bump it up to even 2? I guess it's more of a AoE thing, not so much direct damage. If I bump up some more. 6.9. Yeah, this thing just needs to grow more in power. This energy ball is just weak. I mean, I could gate the spells behind. Still would have to rework this whole thing then. The annoying thing is that certain things are undefined behavior. You don't really need atomics, but it's undefined at raise otherwise. Yeah. Suppose. Yeah, it's not as multi-threading here. There's always comes with a whole lot of extra payment anyway, so it's... You better be sure that work really is independent. Because even PlayStation 3 tried to force that extra special low-cost side threading of that specific CPU architecture, but in the end, it was just too much of a hassle. It's still much easier just to have strong, powerful CPU cores. Well, I guess Intel, what now? They're trying again. At least Intel is still trying to do performance versus slow cores. AMD is less so. Whatever. Not using STL is getting massive debug speed up is pretty good. Like even Boost, like all those libraries that love to have like 10, 20 function line in direction. It's so nasty. And optimized builds gets removed mostly, but the debug builds not so. Seven damage. Honestly, should probably start even higher than that. No vocalization layers, I don't need you. That's more like it. It's more like it. Pump it. .7. Why are there jiggle physics? Excuse me? Excuse me? That question would be why not? You could also come up with excuses like just reality. But really just fun. Did I make those doors be destructible? Why? It's a core gameplay component, indeed. Indeed, I actually have, like all the clothing pieces I have, because by default you start with very conservative clothing. So we literally have nothing, that's your outfit. And then as you find more clothing type, the less it covers. And I have an approach where different pieces specifically have rarity, which basically means how non-conservative it is. Chicken man to defend, indeed. So I feel my default is rarity 0. So as you progress more into the game, the more risque the clothing becomes, which is basically the opposite of Diablo games. Whereas Diablo games, they're strong item, looks like a guy's armor on a poor girl. Dude, this fireball needs a guidance. It just too frequently misses because it's so slow. It's just not fun. I need to introduce a little bit. Fireball needs a little bit of main guidance. It's just not fun when it just misses all the time. Fun. Like when they work towards you, they hit more or less reliably. That one is fine. Oh, the healing for the burn. That was awesome. That was awesome. Hey Taras, what's up? So we're running through Twitch ads. Gotta keep back the pre-roll off for fun. Yeah, for example, this is a healer bot, so it doesn't really have an attacking way. It doesn't have any way to attack me. Damn. Hello? Mostly it's fine. It's just when robots running away from you kind of tend to miss. Did you get an energy? I guess. I'm actually thinking of fireball again. When a fireball hits a robot, it's already determined that it will burn down completely. Instead of stacking it, it could just automatically go to the next target that hasn't been hit of fire to burn. Because one of the benefits I've added to the fire is that it ignores shields. It just kind of burns down while ignoring shields. Which was a nice addition. It's kind of like poison. Healers here. Or is this one? Come on, heal, bro. You can do it. Good job. That guy looks kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie, his little fatty going around. Go heal him, bro. I might need to make that line maybe higher so it doesn't intersect.
I should probably say the tier on the item. Icarus, what graphics API am I using? I'm using Vulkan. Vulkan to make 2 renders. This is with ray tracing on, we get perfect mirror reflection. And with ray tracing off, we don't even get the mirror. But this can run just about anything. If you can support Vulkan, I can pretty much make this run on that. It's a nice thing that all is SDF decals, sign distance field decals are working in both ray trace and non-ray trace path. There's still a bit of a difference between the 2 renders. Wait, it doesn't spin in here. Oh, I forgot to add that feature. It only spins here. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Energy. Boost limits. Actually, boost limits is okay to grab. You can grab some of this. I've been so lazy playing these games that, like, I have a technique where you can charge your energy back or you'll heal up your life. But I just made it automatic. It's like the moment you take enough damage, it just automatically kicks in. As long as you have a charge left. Oh. Oh, crap. I may not survive that guy on the low. If I can find a trap, I can get a heal. But there is no trap this time around. Like, here would be nice if, when I'm firing fireball, it fires at the rob as opposed to this guy, because it's already burning down to nothing. Zornik, you have cheat for development? Well, of course. Of course. But even in the full game, you can always just pause the game at any time, or even like do skill selection pauses the game. Ooh, I haven't played around on that in a while. Update tooltips, description of a new thing. Wow. What did I forget? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but this one doesn't do anything. Correct. Correct. It's a good find. A good find. How you doing, Zornik? Welcome back. Anything exciting going on here? Oh yeah, about 2 games on Steam being have the same names. That's amusing. Alright, let's just do bare bone ignoring items and just the controller. Wait, there was a bug. Oh yeah, I need to fix a bug of skill panel. It should be like 2 minutes. I'm so lazy I have a single button to just pick up anything that's in the vicinity. Oh, that's a charge. Picking up items is get. Oh, I guess it's the same button to use. You hear? Hell yes. Hell yes. What is this? Knocked into all the robots. I don't check if it ran out of space. Wow. I swear to God, that's the most common error I have. Not checking the limits of array. So let's repro that bug where I'm seeing. When does this remain? Should just I'm just gonna find your little UI. What the hell are you hiding? Let's see, game UI. This is gonna be a skill view panel, I think. Yeah. Skill view panel. I should just hide it. Panel, fine. Skills view panel. Entity component system, huh? This definitely gets verbose for sure. It's not actually what I need. Requested. Skills were shown. Maybe the opposite. Yeah, I better restart. Yeah, but the more I think about it, the more I probably need to do something about the environment more. Some kind of environment interest hook. Probably some kind of verticality, maybe. Ooh, now this thing doesn't want to show up. Oh, yeah. Not bad. It was requested to hide. On the other hand, maybe I'll just rework the whole skill tree entirely. I was gonna take up like the whole screen and do some kind of path of exile approach. No, I don't know. Leaves a life boost. Yeah, it's fine. Recompile. Should take like 15 seconds. Because I have a monster CPU. Also copies all assets, compiles shaders, intermediate representation. Although maybe not. It seems to only be a problem for robots running away. Maybe add it as a item property to make fireballs homing. Kinda hit most of the time anyway. Not sure. The underground robot delivery. Let's give this guy a small change to show up once in a while. Why not? Missed. I need to do more damage, honestly. Just because I have such a high chance of missing. You should do like double. Where's it one? Oh, it's hard-coded damage value. Yeah, sets on fire some flat amount. Yeah, those guys are the ones you can miss. It's fine. Dude, it's the brigand in a way, it's actually... It is annoying, but maybe it's playable. Actually, shop node would be good to spend the money now. Maybe that is a good idea. I think adding a new station with a new chair type. Yeah, already got that. New robot type that would build walls and speed up other robots, maybe. Cable midpoint. What if I raise it even higher? Just wanted not to collide with the walls too much. Yeah, that's all I like. I get one of those other walls. Sure. These guys got stuck. Interesting. That bounce or that health. Maybe I don't want it to bounce that much around. There's nothing so satisfying just piping the rubber in one shot. Okay. Charge. Yeah, I do want a cell station after all. Does this still work? Oh, there's one there. I'm mono hungry. What was that lag? Give me a charge. But yeah, it's the challenge level with those little bastards. This one is. Let's see what spawn. Delivery. And one more. That guy jumped out of it. That's awesome. That is actually quite something. George. Hey. On an empty array, what is this? This animation, it is. Really? I don't check for this. Condition there. There's no condition here. Seems good. fine. This one not so fine. Sketch all these conditions in cases what this could happen. And quality check seems fine. Check that. Good. Don't check it here. I do. Okay. The robots should be good. Do not hit our robots. To verify that. Side, good. Now here. Close as possible. Go. doesn't hit robots. Oh. Okay. Hmm. All right, help boost pickups. Pickup. Source pickup. Okay. Is there anything for storing them at runtime? You can see that. Huh. I think I do. There's something for querying this thing, but I guess it'll be under the entity anyway if it was. Yeah, this is what I need. Some kind of. Okay, I don't have it. Okay. Energy pickups. Or I don't need to worry about no pickups, as those are rare. Just for clearing that, fine. Do anything on removal? Probably not. Hmm. Hello. This can decide to drop them. Been 2 hours. I need more snack. And sound definitely is missing, huh? Way hard to play this without sound. Oh yeah. Didn't really consider that. Screw it. Screw it. Okay, turned out okay. Time to get that pawn. Oh, wait. It's kind of, it's not the prettiest. Yeah, but that drops this. Okay. I got a pawn too, dude. Mine is closer. Back to 2300. Reroll on. Do I have to press this button to disable it? Whatever. But that's what drops it. Yeah, I don't have any checks or limits of any kind. Not the best. Not the best. Present. I'll just loop. What's up, random? How's it going? I'm making a Diablo-like with Barbie-like. How about that? How about these apples? Okay, that will clear up that removal. To do check. There's a limit on the energy pickups already. Let me fire it up so I can write the code while debugging. I've been at it for a couple of years now, but this is the current state. This guy is a healer bot. This is my test environment. Just like in Halo, you have a shield and you have a health, and these guys can heal him. They can just about out heal your damage. Oh. What if you get bored for a moment? Then maybe you can break through before run out of mana. Or just pull them away a bit. Bam. Am I using an engine? No. I used to use and prototype in a couple of different engines. One open source engine that I knew very well. I tried Unreal Engine 5 for a while as well, but I was so unhappy working on Unreal 5. Like, it looked so pretty, but it's just not my style. The C++, because I'm primarily C++ engineer, and C++ and Unreal are just so nasty. You're just so cumbersome and slow working C++. And I think, dude, you guys are tanky little bastards. I'm gonna drop it to right behind your lines. How about that? Whereas if you have your own tech, it feels so pleasant and relaxing. It may not look as pretty as Unreal Engine 5, but it gives its own little unique look. And this is actually what you've seen is the debug build. This is a slow version of the game. Running at 4K, almost 200 frames a second. Learning C++ as your first language before you enter college. Well, fun thing, I'm a C++ now, but me, C++ was my fourth language. first a new basic, then Pascal, then C, and then C++. So take it easy. I mean, you might be better off starting with C language first before you jump into C++. Go with C first. For example, I am using C++, but in a very restricted, limited way. Highly restricted. Because a lot of C++ is it's mostly about knowing which part of a language not to use. Come on, fit for the wall. I know you see a target. I know. You learn the basics like C, theoretical, and like a practical class. Yeah, the thing about programming is classes are completely useless. What you really need to do is to sit down and develop the engineering skill of whichever language you use to actually build something with that. My recommendation is if you're completely brand new to programming, find like a fun project to work on. If you have no idea at all, usually like a small video game is fun. Like think about like an old school text adventure. You don't need to think about any 2D, 3D stuff. Just work on a simple text adventure. Maybe I sort of should make a YouTube on. Like a little quick YouTube how quickly start working on a text adventure, like the basic C++ setup or whatever. Because old school text adventures, they would just print stuff to the screen saying like, hey, here's you're in the forest, so you see this to the left, right, do you want to go left and right, you tap in. And then text updates to say like, right, now that you've gone past the forest, you're now next to the building, what do you want to do now, and so on. And that could be pretty fun. You don't need to do any kind of fancy game engines or 2D, 3D animation nonsense. Just pure fun text. Roguelike or text adventure, yeah. Just any kind of usual text adventure. It's pretty clean. Very basic physics engine, dude. I mean, yeah, eventually, but that's not something you jump into right away. Even for 2D, you can solve. Now, to be fair, in college, I did work on some physics. I actually built a game in college with C and OpenGL. And I did write my own basic simple physics engine for that. And unfortunately, I did not save a copy or video of that. That was before YouTube. All I had was like a beginning of a second game, which was way too big for my effort. But yeah. Just to keep in mind, if programming in college really doesn't matter. Everything that you're really going to be good at is all done by your own effort. Sitting in a computer, figuring out stuff, writing code, debugging, fixing issues. That's the main thing. Schools are just really made for like the lowest common denominator. It's not gonna help you that much. Like maybe if you get lucky and you'll have like an amazing school of some really good practical help, but I doubt. Just about all the skills comes from not learning the language, but learning the engineering skills to use that language. Is it too difficult for first project? Yes, definitely yes. Unless you'll go for like highly simplified. But even then, like part of the problem is you have to do some kind of visualization of 2D or 3D, and that alone is already pretty complex. Now you can do physics in like in text mode, where like characters can like bounce off each other, scroll up and down. As long as you work with something like that, you'll be fine as the first thing. Because you don't want to burn out by trying something like it's like way too hard. It's like think of going to the gym. You don't go to the gym and try to lift 1,000 pounds on your first day. You know what I mean? Just lift what you can, add like 5% on top of that, and that's your dream zone. Then you keep working on that and build up over time. The same thing with brain muscle. Same exact thing. It's fun to take on hard stuff, but just not too hard, so that you can still lift it and keep training your muscle. But why GUI sometimes waits for so long? I'm getting too much fun playing my own game. I need to implement something. think I do want some kind of selling station here. Maybe I can even quickly. This little got buggy. That's funny. That's pretty rare, but it does happen sometimes. At least the good news, you don't get the doors here. Oh, actually, you do get a door here. Hmm. What if I quickly sketch out something? I don't need to spend too much effort. I just want to, like, let's say we have just want like a chair to sit on. Yeah, I'll apply the scale. Okay, the front is here. What should you prioritize learning? You've already started doing linked lists, stacks, and queues. Dude, that's the thing. Like, that's why college is actually a really bad idea to depend on for programming. Like, it destroys your mind because it doesn't teach you the right way. Like, they don't actually know how to teach the right things, the things that actually matter. So the only thing they know is throw a bunch of dry data structures and all that. Like, bro. Instead, what you need to do is forget about data structures and fancy stuff. Just try to build something, anything like a text adventure is the simplest thing. Well, it's not even that. Like, there's going to be the same thing. Like, all classes in colleges, they care about data structures. That's why you're picking it up as on advice from somewhere. But it just ain't right. Just try to build something, make anything of your choice, whatever you want. Because the language is primarily about using. It's kind of like learning about hammers, but I'm actually using a hammer to hammer on a nail. You know what I mean? Dude, like 90% of your effort should be implementing something of your own choice. Outside of school, outside of colleges, outside of whatever. Just on your own, figuring stuff out, like what I'm doing now. You want to be able to sit by yourself without any help and just be able to write code to think like what you want to do and then find a way to implement it. That's a primary skill. Anything else the colleges teach is complete nonsense. Like they barely have you given any time even for homework. It's like a bunch of small little things. They already tell you what to do and how mostly. You need the skill of thinking of what to do and then from there implement it yourself. Sort of something super simple. Like that's why suggestions some kind of text adventure. Or like even like simple thing is like a guessing game. Where the game is the computer picks a number from 0 to 10. And then you are supposed to guess it like in a certain number of tries. And the computer can then respond if it's too low or too high based on what you enter. There's something like that, just purely text. I like guessing games calculators already. Yeah, that's what I mean, because they give you nothing but a bunch of boring samples to work with. So you have to think of something simple that you care about. That would be fun for you to implement. So think less about what is useful and think more about what is fun, and go implement something like that. And if physics engine is fine, then at least then try to think of something like highly simplified physics. Because 3D physics is pretty complex. 2D is kind of too. It might be too much. But maybe if you can handle it, give it a try. Just if you find the projects too complex, try to find something that's fun in the same style, but just easier. Because yeah, I get it. Physics is fun, for sure. If not, another skill is being able to use the library that's not yours. For example, the physics in my game I did not write. This is coming from PhysX 5. No, the physics that you study in schools, they don't have anything to do with the physical simulations. There's very little to do with that. That's what I mean. Like most of schools, like really sucks when it comes to actual engineering. It's just so bad. Because usually physics has to do like the vectors, like like force equals mass times acceleration, all that, and that's all very nice and all. But when it comes to simulation in the games, those are useful concepts, but it's like 1% of what you actually need to do to simulate even as simple as bounds. But try to do this as a physics thing, like in text. Have a thing where like a one single character just goes up, bounces up and down off of the ground. And try to make it like realistic, so it speeds it up really fast from the bottom and slows down at the peak and then bounces down. Just doing that and see how little the school will help you just to do that. But my advice is that treat college as like a waste of time. It's something that they waste your time and money to get a piece of paper, but the actual skills, it doesn't teach. It's on you to get skills that actually matter. And engineering in schools is taught so poorly that it's just a travesty. Like for example, this game is already at 160,000 lines of C++ code that I wrote myself. What's the most you're gonna write for one project in school? Like 100 lines, 200 lines at the most? Anything more than that is extremely rare. And the skills you need to be able to handle such a large code base on your own versus something tiny is immeasurable. It's a completely different skill set. They're basically training you to write little short scripts, and beyond that, your mind will explode and you'll be like, oh my god, I have no idea what to do or even think about such a scope and size. And there's a certain number of skills that you get specifically from working for that. So when I was in college, I spent primarily working on one project and just building something big, just because I knew that that's a primary skill. Like here's what I built by like midway in college. That's my second game project. You go 19 years ago. This was probably like year 3 of college or so. I was using a bunch of libraries at the time. But even so, just having a huge code base of implementing different stuff, using physics libraries together with graphical libraries, just whole complexity of pointing and clicking. Just that taught me way more than anything that I've actually learned in college. This is the actual engineering skills. And this was complex even though I was using rendering library, a physics library. But even of that, you still have to learn how to use those libraries and develop the skills of figuring out code that is not your own, fixing bugs and so on. Yeah, that's what you want. You want to work with some kind of complexity. And video games are highly, highly complex. So if you can handle video games, you can handle any job out there. 100%. Well, like complexity of animation, like the arm, the legs are moving in a different way, they're pointing one arm versus the other. There's boob jiggle going on, there's hair simulation going on. You might suddenly reload the character to be a different style. Like all that is highly complex. That is not something college will ever teach you. They don't care about that. Their primary goal is to not fail you completely based on the money you paid them. That's it. Oh yeah, that's a stupid hand thing. Like here's the complexity. I have a bug right now where sometimes I shoot of the wrong, like I use the wrong arm sometimes. Like I should be firing of a raised arm, but sometimes she picks the wrong arm and then it fixes itself. Like here, supposed to be shooting the raised right arm, but shooting from the left arm. And that's your task to figure out what the hell that is in the whole big database. I mean, big code base where that bug is, how to fix it. And that's the skill. Like debugging skill is more important than programming language skill. But if they teach debugging in school, not really. It's like if you can write 50 lines of code, you basically already passed the school. But that's just little tiny baby steps. Yeah. You know, Genesis in the past, they've even said sometimes that don't let schooling get in the way of your education. School is just something you need to do to get a piece of paper, to get the companies off your back that you're not a complete failure. But the actual skills, you're gonna have to work on yourself. Sometimes you might get lucky, 1 out of 50 classes might be something useful, depending if you get lucky with a teacher. But don't expect it. Bro, I'm still remembering, like I went to college and like I went to take a C class and I got in there. It was like a small class for a C language class. And like 80% of people there didn't even know C. And I'm coming in there with like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 years of experience of just like writing C on my own from home. That was a whole joke. The whole class was a joke. It's like, bro. It's like, there's nothing I can learn in the classroom with people who don't know, who can't even like think of one line in programming language versus me working on projects at home in C for years. It's a world of difference. But teaching the first year, I mean, it depends on the school where you go. It all changes. When I was going, it was starting from C. Then later on, it became to Java. Now, who knows? Maybe Python. It doesn't matter. Programming languages don't matter, dude. It's such a minor thing. Nowadays, I even make it my own computer language. So it's like, dude. Like, that's the thing. Like, schools emphasizes too much which languages they teach you versus debugging, engineering skills, and everything else. Specifically which language doesn't matter a whole lot in the beginning. Like I said, for me, C++ was my 4th language. C was my 3rd. It's whatever, dude. If anything, the computer languages today is too complex to start from. Like basic language was far better and easier to use, but it's basically dead nowadays. Nobody has it anymore. Pascal was kind of easy as well, but again, nobody uses it today, so it was great for the teaching experience, but now you're stuck with way more complex languages anyway. But even with that, it's primarily the problem is engineering ability. It's like learning different human languages because you think it's gonna make you smarter. Not really. Not really. This thing doesn't even hit the freaking robot half the time. I need to think of what to work on. Jens Paul. Looks insane without an engine. Thanks, man. Do you have any ballistic projectiles in the game? Yeah, that's actually one of the things I've done in the past, long time ago. I would have a robot that can actually like shoot like on an arc over the walls and stuff. Not sure if I have any videos left over on that time. Maybe. Not sure if I did. Like this was like 2 years back. This is like a straight shot. I'm not sure if I kept anything from the olden times. From the olden times, maybe. But I used to have like a lobbying thing, but I turned it off because it was very hard to tell how high that thing is. That was just difficult, man. Yeah, I got a couple decades of experience for sure, man. Professional experience, not including actual stuff prior to that. That was fun to work on. I still have this guy actually. I might need to bring him back because this one is like uses inverse kinematics to attack you like a punch. This is again a couple of years back. Boink. That was before she even had hit reactions. Okay. Well, that one is zoomed in. Some of those videos I capture of zoomed in just so you can see better, or maybe like is there something to show off? Yeah. I still have this guy around, so my first lazy robot to make. I think it's the first time I introduced a wall destruction too. Back then I was scared for having too many triangles, so I kept it super simple. Oh yeah, it's first time I implemented this dude. That's so good. It's kind of funny, I had all those 3 different robot types. I don't even use them anymore. Still have the guy, but... Slid back down. That's what I thought. Trigger the trap. I'm not stuck with you. You are stuck with me. Bam. What 2? Can attack over 2? Yeah, it's fine. Giga chat indeed. He actually has the ability we can just break the walls automatically. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe I go back and fix this guy. I haven't worked on this guy for like a year, dude. Primarily focusing on the jiggle. But this guy is definitely fun. Bam. The melee feels not that fun somehow. I'm not sure if I want the melee. Maybe melee with a dash or something. It just needs more feedback. Oh, that debris is blocking my shot. It's pretty annoying for the guy. Pretty annoying. Go Roombas, clean up all this mess. Nice, nice. Being knocked up a bit stronger. Whatever. Also, do I recommend Windows or a Mac? Like a MacBooks? It doesn't really matter. Whichever you can afford, doesn't particularly matter.
By the time it matters if you have Mac or Windows, Linux, or whatever, it's gonna be like way more advanced anyway. So it really doesn't matter. Step in a trap. Bam. That's what I thought. Yeah, melee skill from the guy just doesn't feel satisfying enough. It needs to be like a big oomph instead. Dude. Yeah, same GUI sometimes takes over my mouse. Getting distracted by my own game because I needed to think. He'll charge, he'll charge, he'll charge. Do you want to address that? Does have a word label? What if it comes up as a meat showing up immediately? So when it drops. Wait. Didn't drop the health? Dodge this way. I had a mind to do work on this. Might as well. Can I use... If I'm gonna have a random node out here, it's gonna be a store. I probably should only... Actually, making it damageable is fine. That way you might have to care. The robots don't destroy it. Do sort of a circle first. Yeah, that's what I want. Excuse me? Thinking this is like a screen. Just if it comes up, it just always there. Hmm. Oh, I see. I grabbed the wrong thing. Oh, it probably needs to be applied. Fine. But why? Finally. Be hard on it. We'll go negative. Why not? Every stations in the world, as long as it doesn't get destroyed, you can use it. You even put it inside an energy bubble, so it doesn't take too much damage. When it does, it just completely falls apart once it takes enough shield damage. Huh. That could be one way to solve it. Yeah, that shield solves a lot of problems. Good, good. This. Yeah, something like that in the world would be good. Have large game miners sometimes. Cool to animate them as if something is running on the screen. As simple as lines going up. Occasional square shapes. As if a website is being browsed. An idea for shader to accomplish that. Different object or something. I think I can mark the area here for that with UV space. Maybe yeah, a separate object just for that. So just need an shader that scrolls horizontal point lines that resemble text from a distance. To do that, I'm gonna need part. Yeah. By selection, good. Solidifying this thing. Right, I said no. Oh. This one is fine to have solidify, this one is not. Okay. So that's going to be UV from like 0, 0 to 1, 1. And on here, I want to be able to do that. That's the base. That's the surface. If you do solidify in the negative space, can I still... Actually, I'll probably just delete that. So probably just apply. Apply. And this can just be deleted. Wait, what the hell did you delete? Orientation, where the hell is face orientation? Good. Oh, Bear deleted everything, dude. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this thing, I need to flip. All right, so that's complete. And this is surface. Yes, yes. Let me see what we got here. Right. Thin horizontal bends, fine. Effect on screen locally V space. Man, there's no reason to go so complex, dude. Just one step at a time. I guess I might as well make it as a special effect. Special object type, hit it, get UV, compute fragment from that, return. Although this is supposed to be damageable. I'd want to have this filled somehow. Ugh. Need to inset you inside a bit. But you never collide with a real surface.
What's going on here? Why it being weird? Oh, something weird happening here. Yeah, messed up. Not sure what is going on here. Whatever it is. Huh. Man, that solidify sucked ass. Can I roll back far? No. Really? Oh, no. Okay, so that shape looks fine. Give me normals. Okay. Looks reasonable. Go. Now this gives me full side. Excuse me? Yeah, excellent, excellent. Now this is clean. It was normal, really?
be easy just to delete
the damn thing and just create a separate one without this. Yeah. Yeah. Blender. Oh, open source, open source, open source. Okay. So this one. The whole thing. Now base will miss the faces, so I don't draw that crap. Combine with this, that actually will be animated to make sure the concept is good. We should cover the whole screen. Interesting that it doesn't. Interesting that it doesn't. Thank you. Thank you. I guess the scale will lose the shape a little bit. I guess it doesn't matter, actually. Should be fine. Should be fine enough for the monitor. Okay. By those, appear this. The quick just came. I'm then gonna do shader work for the monitor. Let's put destruction to later. What happens if I go here or just there? Here, there? Could have taken this thing and played that right away, maybe. It's not as hanging a little bit. With this. Now it's gonna be left alone. Queen Knight. It's gonna be annoying. That, sir, is gonna be annoying. Here. Playing dangerous game. Playing a dangerous game. A little faster and you'll be fine. Sure. Get work by night and everything's gonna be alright. Actually, one of these moves good. Dude, really? Oh, here. Bro. Anyway,
That's the stand. That's the screen. We should give enough space for the girl. Why is this a separate thing? Yes, for most of them except for surface. Excuse me. Excuse me. That is not bueno. That's a little better. A little. Not much. Okay. This one's still good. What's going on? Why are you invisible? What the hell, man? What the hell? Let's see, I need to bake it. Need a floor. Why? Why though? Good, good. Would an object in Blender be invisible silently? That's some odd setting on it. And shading. Viewport visibility. Your biscuit. Those are fine. The normals. Doesn't show up on rendering. Must have clicked on something. But on what? Oh, this one. Jesus. Think. Which render did you choose? Camera icon. Yes, camera icon. I chose cycles, but the weird thing is other objects are fine. I clicked something on this dude. I just don't know what. What the hell did I select on this guy? That's different from other objects. Because modeling is fine. This one already begins to disappear. Material. It's so weird. It's the same material as all the other objects, so that's not any different. Is there some special setting that's here? I think I have any per object material setting. Preview. Bruh. Being close to just making a... I can't really copy the object because something it got... I'm pretty sure it's not normals. Face orientation, right. Because no, it's on the inside. Need more ideas, more randomness ideas. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could duplicate it. It's whatever the subject is, it just carries over some setting. I just don't know what the hell did I press to make it be this weird thing. It's like some kind of weird transparency thing. Is that some transparency? It looks like it is transparent.
entirely. Doesn't cast a shadow either, unlike others. Because I do want that object still. The normals are fine, or check the normals. Negative scale. What? What? Good idea. Good idea. Well, so much for that. So not that. I don't think I said anything here at all. No. Definitely not material. I guess I could go back. Shit, no, it just doesn't draw it. Just doesn't draw. Because this is textured versus rendered. Still transparent. What the hell did I click? I've been using Blender here for 2 years. I don't know what I pressed. What the front door did I press? It's real index. Same to me, bro. Is it something by UVs? Okay, I'm running out of things to look for. There's almost nothing going on here. Already restart Blender, so some kind of setting. Texture space. Textured. I'm about to throw a gasket out here. Visibility. Ah, there you go. There you go. What the hell? How did I disable that? Never even looked in that section. Must have pressed something. Ray visibility. Whatever, whatever. I don't know, must have pressed some kind of shortcut. Alright, back to real stuff. Let's go disabled. No, it's very minor hints. I still like it. Okay. Think this is all Gucci. Don't you crash on me, Blender? It likes to crash when you rename in this panel. I don't know why. But sometimes it just does. Fine, whatever. Okay. I don't care about... Just want to go back to shader work. Okay, fine. Export this thing. Good, good. Now, before I forget. Ooh, am I missing materials still? No. That's a good idea, yeah. Thanks, Fod. Messing with a copy was perfect. That's why I don't have to think bad that I may have messed up the real object. Okay. Save that out. Good.
I was doing a bunch of cleanup in the code, but whatever. Whatever, man. Whatever. Textures. Where's textures here? Gucci, Gucci. $120 coming up. Station in the zone. Okay. Declare the object. Right. Don't have fractures yet, but whatever, just basic setup. Let's go CMake. Let's go. Make sure it picks up what I want. Make a new node. And then back to having fun on the shader. Okay. 118. Node station in zone. Good enough. Good enough. $556 components. Booyah. Oh. Probably get enough for beginning. One, it's missing the front face. That's fine. Then we have the screen surface, the seat, stand. Good. Great. Just make a new one. Sure, execute all first step, it's fine. Special override for surface.
Perfect. Actually, let's dupe this. If you want to make an apple pie, my first in the universe. Indeed. Yep. I mean, it is 2 years already working this, but having your own tech is pretty nice and clean. Everything runs fast, smoothly. There's no like weird spikes even when battle's going on. It can run in some insane frames. Everything explodes. There's a tiny spike in debug build when loading low level. That part is slow. But in optimized build, that thing is nothing. Okay, so now that I have material editor, because I can do a cute little thing because it's my stuff. Let's call it, actually, yeah, station screen and zone. I'm gonna make it, because I can do is this. Screen surface, change material to in the zone, out of zone. Blacks, perfect mirror, just to be fun. Just to be fun. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I don't even care about anything else. I just want to see it in the game. Make sure it's oriented the right way. Dude, you need to chill. You need to chill. Enough of battles testing. Zero. Actually, I'm fine with some healers running around. They're peaceful enough. Peaceful enough that I don't care. Is that a new node? Boom. I need to have a new setting so I can only allow 1 per level, but this is decent start. Decent start. Yeah, they're bumping me, little bastards. Oh, wait a second. Need to register a freaking prefab. Let's see. Node, station, zone, whatever. Okay, so now it's almost good actually on scale. Pretty much. Let's turn it around. Let's see, which way is it facing? It is north. Fine. Yeah, the reflection is kind of wilding out there. Is it because normal is not smooth? What if I smooth it out? What if? Yeah. That's pretty good. To make apple pie, first you have to create the universe. That's wonderful. Alright. Save that thing. Look at this. Take a look at this. Still really breaky. Really? Wait. Probably need to apply. Apply. kind of odd looking, to be honest. Oh, well, maybe it's fine-ish. It's kind of interesting. I'm actually might even let it be like that in a ray traced build. And then when you actually sit down, give it some different thing. Scrap on my face. All right. Let's add some shape to it. This thing's first. I'm a craftsman. Remodeling is my only passion. Capsulars. Fine. I'll deal with this. How's this? The thing is gets me every freaking time. Fine. Full screen. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to align a box into it. Pain in the ass to do that. A big pain in the ass. I'll just cover one box, whatever. Doesn't get in the way of a character though. Because I want to have this fancy curved surface, eh? Well, let's try it. Let's try it. Maybe it won't be so difficult. Oops. Yeah, that is not the way of a samurai. Let's do your control instead. Go away. I have an idea. Let's do just pitch it at about the same. Is the model itself not aligned? It's weird. Suspicious. But you know what? I don't. Can just let it be at this. Because I just want this thing. Good, 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 good. Why is it skewed so weirdly, dude? Is it really here? I applied all the rotations already. Oh. Excuse me? When did I... Oh. So I paid a price for not applying the scale right away. Paying the price. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And I might poke through right now. Okay, good. Just a little bit more to the shaders. Just a little bit more. Excuse me. Where's the stuff? Oh. Still not centered. You know what? That's it. I'm remaking this whole crap. Unacceptable. Delete, good. This time, let's not screw it up so badly. Yeah. Wait, what am I doing? Start with a circle. Bro. It's been bigger than before, huh? Now it's even bigger. Good enough. Although now it's really freaking big. Wow. Wow. Yeah, it's a little flatter. It'll be easier to approximate. Oh yeah, I could actually approximate with boxes vertically. Actually, maybe I'll start with this first, just to, I don't want to mess with that other one. Let's just do this. Okay, make sure the UV is good. Also do it this way. Why? Yeah, I know, but two-sided. I don't care. Why vertically? Why? Why? Why though? Wait. Flipped around. I mean, I guess not the biggest deal, but just so it's less confusing. Hopefully it doesn't crash because it has less submeshes now. It might crash. It might crash. Or not. It did crash. Now I'm to manually fix it up. Speaking of which, before I forget, you go CMake. Every build is a full build. We packages everything into ready to go folder. I need screens. I've always wanted to have a fancy, some kind of screen animation. And now 2 years into it, I'm ready with enough knowledge to do some cute little shader to do that. With the help of AI. Okay. C check. Screen. One-sided, but whatever. Well, I guess it's the same thing as auto smooth. It's been a little weird looking though. I don't know, do I need to export it or not? I don't remember. Don't remember. Does GLTF in Blender export with smooth by angle applied or not? Do I have to apply it? I guess I shall see, huh? Just see it. Yeah, that looks smooth enough. Okay. Exception for screen. Yeah, it's good. Good enough. Certainly good enough. What color do you need? Yeah, that's much better smoothness. Okay, sir. I made it much wider, Jesus. Jesus Christ, and I thought I made it smaller. At least now it's all centered. Be a little thicker. The way she's gonna sit might interact weirdly. Stick it there. Oh, now it took material changes. And lost that. Why? Oh, yeah, it wasn't ray traced. Wait, colors took in non-ray tracing, but not otherwise. Interesting. Interesting. Well, whatever. Okay, am I finally ready for freaking shader work? I think so. This one's added. Gotcha. That is hooked in. Objects, textures. Seems good. Seems freaking good. That was touched up. Good find. Okay. Shader work. Extra shader work. Get to you in a moment. The screen's gonna be omnipresent everywhere, so tempted. Food break or more work. Also need to implement sitting on a chair, which shall be interesting. Shaders. It's taking a material, but maybe an object would be better. Object type. Really define here? Wow. Yes. Break everything. Fine. Object type. Who decides on this? See. So for that decision. Yeah, because at some point I will need to. Some point to have a different animation offsets on that, but not yet. Let's not complicate too much. Object type versus material type. Guess I'm probably gonna need a component for it anyway, so it's maybe it is okay. Filter for the submesh and the scan mesh. Want it on the same entity. Right to do various animation loop face. So they're different screens. Slightly different. CMP. Really? Why is he first, dude? It's kind of nasty ass setup as that. I'm gonna fix it right now. Okay. Yeah, I need food. Brain's definitely beginning to shut down. B dot. Rob actually need enabled actually. Excuse me. All right, I'm going to take a break for food, perhaps return later. Until then, I'm gonna bounce. Hey, somebody doing some C++ stuff, actually. Well, okay. If that's what it is. If that's what it is.